The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Mercuri. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Good morning, colleagues. A reading this morning from the Psalms of David, chapter 19. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure and altogether righteous. A reading from St. Paul's letter to the Christian church in Rome, circa 55 AD, on citizenship. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. For because of this, you also pay taxes to the authorities, who are ministers of God, attending to this very thing. Pay to all what is owed to them, taxes to whom taxes are owed, revenue to whom revenue is owed, respect to whom respect is owed, honor to whom honor is owed. A word of scripture from James, the brother of Christ, on wise living. Real wisdom, God's wisdom, begins with a holy life and is characterized by getting along with others. It is gentle and reasonable, overflowing with mercy and blessing. Not hot one day and cold the next, not two-faced. You can develop a healthy, robust community that lives right with God and enjoy its results only if you do the hard work of getting along with each other, treating each other with dignity and honor. Let's pray. Father God, bless the reading of these words today from your scripture, and may they not return void from those of us who hear them and put them into practice. May you bless our work in this chamber here today, and may you continue to bless the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and these United States of America. Amen.
Pledge of Sergeants at arms will open the doors of the House. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Tuesday, October the 8th, 2024 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, if you can have your seats, we do have a few guests here, and we will hear from our colleagues in a few minutes for them to bid us their farewell. Please take your seats. The House will come to order. Please take your seats. Our colleague that serves Lancaster and Lebanon has a special guest here this morning. Representative Jones has a student shadowing him sitting to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. This morning, we are so grateful to have Justin Skurzinski, a junior at Palmyra Area Senior High, who's studying history, music, and arts. Justin looks forward to serving our nation by pursuing a career in Homeland Security, and he's here today to learn more about state government. Justin, please stand. We're so glad to have you. Also seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, Representative Schlossberg from the Lehigh. Our caucus chair has Angelina Zader shadowing him today. Angelina is an 11th grade student at Parkland High School and is learning how legislation is passed into law. Angelina, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Miller, who serves Allegheny County, has some of his friends and constituents visiting today, and they're also seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum. Please stand when I say your name. We welcome this morning Jim Wojcik, Peggy Wojcik, Kathy Hayes, Tom Stacy, and Terry Stacy from the 42nd Legislative District. Our colleague who will be giving us a farewell speech in a few minutes, Representative Jos Wiak, who serves as neighbors in Berks County, has some very special guests here this morning. We are thrilled to welcome Ginger Van Steenvoort, Harry Donahauer from the Pennsylvania State Troopers Association. Please stand when I say your name. The FOP President for the Pennsylvania FOP, Stephen Polisham, along with Eleni Geihauser from his district office and Michelle Moore from his office here in Harrisburg. Thank you all for being here for this special morning. Colleagues, this morning we're excited to welcome a good friend of mine. Not too long ago, when I was very privileged to sit in the Judiciary Committee, I always sat next to my good friend from Berks County. I call him Jos, but you know him as the Minority Chair of Children and Youth. Please welcome him as he gives us his retirement speech this morning, Representative Barry Joswiak.
Good morning, everybody. I want to start out by letting you know that my wife is not here today. She fell and broke her hip 3 or 4 weeks ago. She's in the rehab. She's coming home Friday, but she's not able to be here. My daughter, however, Lisa, is here, and Lisa's sitting to the left, and I'm very proud of my daughter. I love you, Lisa, very much. I love my wife. My 2 grandchildren, Eric, he has a degree in civil engineering. He's a project manager, and he's somewhere in the Poconos right now working on a project. And my granddaughter, she attended Penn State University. She was living about a half an hour south of Asheville, North Carolina, where the last hurricane went through, and they had a lot of flooding and devastation. She is at the Old Edwards Inn in the Highlands, North Carolina. So, days drag on, years fly by. I can attest to that because in my life, the years flew by. I enlisted in the Navy when I was 17 years old, during the time when the Vietnam War was going on. I served on the USS John King, a guided missile destroyer, and we sailed the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean, the Mediterranean a couple times, English Channel, the North Sea, the Arctic Circle, and I received an honorable discharge at 21 years old. You know, my time in the Navy is where I really grew up. It took me about a year, but then I joined the Pennsylvania State Police. And for the next 25 years, I basically served in Philadelphia, Delaware County, Montgomery County, and Berks County. After the State Police, I stayed home for 4 years, and I built a 1935 Ford Street Rod. I remember when I took it apart. It was an antique car. I put it in the garage. And I said to my wife, I'm going to show this, and I got a picture of this. I got the frame and the body, and all the parts are all over the place. And I took my wife out there, and I opened the garage door, and she said, "Oh, my God, you destroyed it." And I said, "You're going to like it, lady, when I'm done." So I also I worked for about a year doing nuclear security background clearances on nuclear power plants around the United States, including the Los Alamos, New Mexico location. I then ran for sheriff of Berks County. And when I did that, they said, "Well, you can't win." The opponent had been campaigning for 4 years. Well, you know me, I go down in flames. I don't give in. So I said, "Well, let's find out." So I served as sheriff for the next 12 years. I did not run for re-election because I do believe in term limits. I went home and I started a fruit orchard. And I got to tell you, watching trees grow is worse than watching grass grow. 6 years later, Legislative District 5 was redistricted from Erie to Berks County, and that's where I live. So I said to my wife, I'm going to run for it. She said, are you crazy? You're going to get back in politics? That's in my blood, I guess. So I ran for state representative, was elected. That was 10 years ago. All this service in my life adds up to more than 50 years, a half a century. It wasn't planned, it just was my path in life. And I got to tell you, I'm extremely proud of my career. For someone who grew up in West Reading, Pennsylvania, where most people didn't have very much, I feel I did okay. I always thought I could do better, but I always did my best. I tell my grandchildren, keep your feet on the ground, but reach for the stars. In the Navy, I was one of thousands of members. In the state police, I was one of 4,000. When I was a sheriff, I was one of 67, and now I'm one of 203. And this is a fact. I am the first Pennsylvania state trooper ever to be elected to the House of Representatives. I'm very proud of that. Thank you very much. When I was first elected to the House, one of my attorney friends came up to me and said, you made the big time. Well, this is true for all of you. You all made the big time. This state capitol is the greatest place to be with all this history and architecture, all in one place. This is the place where we make the rules, the laws, and policies for all the people of Pennsylvania. For me, it's been an honor and a privilege to be part of this body for 10 years and a part of the history of the state of Pennsylvania. I'm very proud to say that I'm a state representative. I'm very proud to say I'm a Pennsylvania State Trooper. Many people know this about me, and it'll be my lifelong identity. Never in my life did I ever think I would be the person standing in here, elected to the House of Representatives, speaking up for law enforcement on many issues. Also being assigned to the Municipal Police Officers Education and Training Commission to ensure that we have the best trained police officers in Pennsylvania. I thoroughly enjoyed working and getting to know most of you. We come from many different backgrounds, which makes this place unique. We have nurtured relationships and friendships. I will always cherish my time here with you. While here, serving on many committees, I got to travel the state and saw and did things I never would have been able to do otherwise. For example, serving on the Fish and Game Committee, I got to go with the Pennsylvania Game Commission out on the bear trips, actually holding baby bears, 10-week-old baby bears in my hands. I got to meet many people in different vocations and businesses. I learned more about products that are made and sold in Pennsylvania by family-owned businesses and how they overcame hurdles to be successful. We worked to make the criminal justice system better. We protected the Constitution. We did not increase any taxes, and we voted on many different issues that benefit all the people of Pennsylvania. Here in the Capitol, I had 3 legislative assistants. Gail Pekowski, who you all know retired earlier this year. Tracy Baker, who retired maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And now Michelle Moore, who is currently working in my office. Michelle is an excellent legislative assistant who knows exactly what to do running the Harrisburg office. She's dependable, reliable, and very knowledgeable, and is my right hand here in the Capitol. My district office staff is second to none. Ginger Van Steenvoort is my district director, who has approximately 20 years' experience and is one of those people who knows everybody in the district. When she picks up the phone, she'll say, hey, Joe, this is Ginger, and she's talking to some municipal person. She's the expert on labor and industry issues, on employment. She knows how to write the best letters, and she's an absolute asset to the Republican caucus. Eleni Geishauser, she is a fairly recent employee. Eleni graduated from Bucknell University this past May with a double major in biology and math and a minor in classics and ancient Mediterranean studies. In case you don't know, Mediterranean Studies is Greek and Roman history. She has come on board with a wealth of knowledge and is a super smart young woman. Thank you to all three of you who make me look like a star every day. I couldn't have done it without you. They're not only a good team, they're a great team. I'm very grateful to each of you. And I would you please, three of you, stand up and recognize me again? These people are excellent. Thank you. I want to thank a few members whom I got to know a little more than most. Eric DeVanzo, Andrew Kuzma, Eric Nelson, Ryan Warner, Jack Rader, Jamie Barton, Mark Gillen, Dave Zimmerman, Dave Maloney, Jim Marshall, who almost was the guy who talked me into retirement. And my most unforgettable character of all of you is Ed Nielsen from Philadelphia. Tom Haffey, Val Gatos, Mary Jo Daly, Eddie Day Bushinsky, and my very good friend Tim Bonner. And also the members of the 430 Caucus, and you know who you are. I also want to thank a few of my mentors, retired members Mark Keller, John Taylor, Keith Gillespie, Tom Costa, and Ron Marsico. Current members, representatives, these are mentors, Kerry Benninghoff, Dan Mao, and Brian Cutler. I also want to thank all the staff, the committees, the LRB staff, and a very special thanks to Tom Demick, who was a guy I went to constantly for things that I wasn't sure about or we discussed. I want to say thank you to the State Troopers Association Presidents Joe Koval, Dave Kennedy, and our current president, Steve Polishin. I also want to say thank you to Legislative Director Harry Dannenhauer. State FOP President Joe Regan was unable to be here. He has a family thing going on today. So would you guys from the state please stand? It's President Polishin and Harry Dannenhauer. I wish to thank the voters of the 5th District, including members of the gun clubs, the fire companies, and all the other places that I attended, and all the people I met along the way who voted for me, came to my fundraisers, and gave advice on issues that affected them for the past 10 years. Believe it or not, I will miss this place. It's been quite a ride. Everything from very serious issues to fun things. And I especially liked helping people with their problems and seeing their smiling faces when we solved their issues. I appreciate all of you for all your help and guidance, but most of all, I appreciate your friendships. Just to let you know, I did it my way. Thanks, good luck, and God bless everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As is the custom here in the House, it's a privilege and an honor to provide you with a commemorative gavel marking this day in history and thanking you on behalf of our institution for your over 50 years of service to the public, no matter what hat you were wearing or what seat you were sitting in. And we're so grateful and appreciative for you, Representative Joswiak. Thank you. At this time, it's exciting to provide the rostrum and the desk for our colleague who has served Northern York County since 2016, We are so excited to have Representative Kiefer come and give her departing words of wisdom, thanks, and appreciation. We appreciate all that she does here, and she is currently serving on the Liquor Control Committee, Labor and Industry, State Government, and Health. And she also works very tirelessly as a member of the Capital Preservation Committee. Dawn and her husband, Tom, have 3 beautiful children. Hopefully they're nearby. They haven't been here in a little while. And at this time, we welcome you, Representative Kiefer, to the rostrum.
Wow, this is an amazing view. I'm sure the sight of Dawn Kiefer at the rostrum has given some of you pause, but don't worry, it's exactly the occasion you want to see me at the rostrum to bid farewell. It's hard to believe that it's been almost 8 years already. And first, I want to say that I am truly grateful that my grandmother, my nanny, got to see me take office before she passed. She's a Southern, tough old lady who was born during the Depression, and it's her fight and it's her drive that I carry with me today. There's so many people I need to thank for helping me on this journey. First and foremost, my family. Starting with my husband, Tom, my high school sweetheart. I'm thankful for all the support he's given me throughout this venture. He's always been my rock and my soft place to fall. My children, Delaney, Tommy, and Kingsley, they've inspired and humbled me more than they'll ever know. My district office staff, past and present, have been wonderful, working for and with the constituents of the 92nd, or for the 92nd, to solve so many issues, some unusual, to say the least. We can all understand that. No matter the problem, though, they have been there for me and for the people of the 92nd. Dora Polk and Boyce Hall, my current staffers, and my former staffers, Catherine Gent and Jody Perry. Thank you all so much. Here in Harrisburg, I was fortunate to have an amazing legislative assistants, Marissa Thomas and Juanita Hoffman, over the years. Thank you for all you've done. Keep me on track, keep me on schedule, keep me prepared. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the countless staff throughout the caucus who have always been there to give me advice and information and hammer through an issue and dig in for more research and data. They are an invaluable resource. It's truly been an honor to serve my neighbors here in the House with all of you. As many of you know, there's nothing more humbling than to serve as a state representative. Not everyone always agrees with us, and that's okay. We don't always agree here, but we find common ground with the aim of leaving Pennsylvania in a better position than when we all first got here. I was raised by 2 hardworking parents, Ken and Peggy Wetzel, who made sacrifices every single day to give me opportunities they never had. They didn't have the chance to attend college, but because of their sacrifices, I became the first in my family to do so. They accepted no excuses, just hard work and personal responsibility. They taught me that the American dream isn't about achieving success just for yourself. It's about making sure the next generation has a better shot at it. I'm standing here today as a testament to that dream and to the values my parents instilled in me. The people of the 92nd District sent me to Harrisburg with orders: make government work for and be accountable to us. I took up this charge on day 1. During my time in this chamber, I've held firm on my guiding principles: limited government, personal freedoms, transparency, and accountability. I've always believed that government functions best when it empowers individuals rather than overburdens them, when it is transparent with people it serves, and when it holds itself accountable for its actions. As a small business owner, my personal experience with government has been just the opposite. We're working for and constantly answering to government. And the reality is, more often than not, government is the problem, not the solution. People and communities are very resourceful, but government is interjecting before they have a chance to act. I have faith in people and mankind and believe we are better equipped to choose our destiny. I'm truly grateful to the constituents of the 92nd District who chose me to be their voice in Harrisburg. This opportunity has been amazing. The relationships developed with the people in the district and across the state are long-lasting, as are the invaluable lessons that I've learned. I look forward to the future for me and for all of you. I will look back at my time here in the House and the friendships made with sincere fondness. As you all know, I'm not quite finished. I'm running for the state Senate because I believe that there is still so much work to be done. To my colleagues, thank you for your friendships, the debates, and yes, even the disagreements. It is through our diversity of thought and our shared commitment to serving the people of Pennsylvania that we become stronger. And to the people of the 92nd, thank you. Representing you has been one of the greatest honors of my life. When I come across that Harvey Taylor Bridge every day that we're in session, it is truly humbling, and the thought goes across my mind every time I get to work in that building. They chose me to represent them in Harrisburg, and it's just that vision each time I come to Harrisburg that is just so humbling. As I step forward in this new journey, I do so with hope and determination to continue making Pennsylvania a better future, a better place, and for a better place for our future generations. I thank all of you, and may God bless our Commonwealth.
Congratulations on your retirement from the Pennsylvania House. And as is our custom, I do have a commemorative gavel to present you with, Representative Kiefer. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? "202 members having voted on the master roll call. Quorum is present. The clerk will record the vote. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up Senate Bill 402, printer's number 0346. On page 3 of supplemental calendar A, will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for the annual designation and holiday observance of the 15th day of the Hindu lunisolar month of Kartik as Diwali Day in this Commonwealth.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Venkit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Diwali this year falls on October 31st, and Diwali is celebrated by the Hindu, Jain, Sikh, and Buddhist populations, which are well over 1 billion people in the world and hundreds of thousands here in Pennsylvania. I want to thank Chair Kim, Representative Brennan, Representative Delosier, and our colleagues in the Senate, Senator Rothman and Senator Saval, for bringing us to this point where we can hopefully approve this legislation today and send it to the governor's desk, recognizing Diwali as an official holiday within the state of Pennsylvania. It really has been a bipartisan effort, and I think it recognizes the diversity in our state. As importantly, on a personal note, having been born in India and being a first-generation American, it really is a special privilege to serve as the first Hindu American within our state house and be able to bring this legislation forward today. Certainly growing up as a new immigrant in Michigan, I did not, in my wildest dreams, expect that I could stand here as an Indian American representative to bring this forward in our Commonwealth. But I do recognize that in the tradition of Pennsylvania, going back to William Penn, we have always been a welcoming place for all. And I think this legislation is a small step in that direction. So with that in mind, I would humbly ask for an affirmative vote.
The chair rescinds the announcement that the bill has been considered on third consideration. The bill will be over for the day. Temporarily over for the day. The chair recognizes that the good gentleman from Lancaster, the chairman of Community Housing, Community Development, say it right? I didn't change the name, it was all you. Come on up here, Representative Mike Sturla, and get your commemorative gavel. You spoke so long on Monday, I still didn't make it in time. Thank you for your service. Let's give him another applause. The chair thanks the gentleman for 34 years of distinguished service to his neighbors in Lancaster. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room. House Democrats will caucus at 12:30. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:30.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Dunbar, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 12 o'clock. Republicans will caucus at 12 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Cambria for a committee announcement, Representative Burns.
I'd like to call a meeting of the House Professional Licensure Committee at the break in room G50, Irvis Office Building, to consider Senate Bill 1319.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately following the Rules Committee meeting in the House Majority Caucus Room. House Appropriations Committee will be meeting immediately after the Rules Committee in the caucus room. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2625, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2081, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2481, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals October 9, 2024. House Bill 2591 to Health.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. hour of 1:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement. Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. Members of the Appropriations Committee report to the to the Majority Caucus Room immediately. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. For the information of the members, for afternoon session, we're so excited to have a special guest seated to the right of the Speaker's rostrum up on the dais. Andrew McGinley, Esquire, formerly counsel to the Pennsylvania House Democratic Appropriations Committee, no longer affiliated, currently with the Committee of 70. Andrew, please stand. Thank you for visiting us today. The House will temporarily be at ease for the immediate meeting of the Appropriations Committee. House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2562, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2563, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. House Bill 2564, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 142, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 232, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 402, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 1147, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 1232, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report it is agreed to? Senate Bill 1274, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 269, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2127, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 2383, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Burns, Chair of the Committee on Professional Licensure, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 1319, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 1051, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report? It's agreed to. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, October 9, 2024. Senate Bill 1320 to Commerce. House Bill 2585, House Bill 2587, House Bill 2588, House Bill 2589, House Bill 2590, House Resolution 561, and Senate Bill 1300, all to Judiciary. House Bill 2626, Local Government, Senate Bill 1235, and Senate Bill 1277, both to State Government.
Chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced presented the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Wednesday, October 9, 2024. Resolved, the House of Representatives concurring pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, October 21st, 2024, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, October 21st, 2024, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up Senate Bill 402, referendum number 0346, on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for the annual designation and holiday observance of the 15th day of the Hindu solar month of Kartik as Diwali Day in this Commonwealth.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 195, the nays are 7. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same with the information that the House has passed the bill without amendment. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1274, printer's number 1951 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill modernizes the Sign Language Interpreter and Transliterator State Registration Act.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Hohenstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the disability community in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania is diverse. It encompasses people whose bodies work differently from what many of us might consider normal. More than 1 in 4 of our neighbors move differently, sense the world differently, or they have brains that work differently. But every single one of them has abilities and gifts that they can share with us. Our differently abled friends and family have as much to teach us if only we open ourselves to what they have to say. So today, in passing Senate Bill 1274, we are taking an important step to modernize our services to one segment of the disability community, our deaf and hard of hearing community. In doing so, we are not only supporting that community, but also improving their access to society. We are also giving the rest of us the access to them. And we will be better off because we will be able to receive their insights on social problems, their recounting of lived experiences, and their solutions and suggestions for how we can make things better. And in that vein, Senate Bill 1274 updates Act 57 and provides a more efficient and modern system for interpreters for the deaf and hard of hearing community to be registered with the state of Pennsylvania. So currently, there is a shortage of appropriately qualified American Sign Language and certified deaf interpreters. This law will help address the obstacles that exist in our outdated registration system that have prevented skilled interpreters from working in Pennsylvania. Senate Bill 1274 is good policy that is designed to support both the deaf and hard of hearing community and the interpreting community. Now, this good policy resulted from being crafted by the communities that it impacts. I want to give a special shout out and thank you to Mayor Neil McDevitt and Danielle Phillip, who did hard work in making sure specific language in the bill was exactly what both communities wanted and needed. There was also significant contribution from other stakeholders, like the Advisory Council for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, inside of the State Office for Deaf and Hard of Hearing that is part of LNI, the Pennsylvania State Association for the Deaf, PSAD, the Pennsylvania Registry for Interpreters of the Deaf, PARID, and all of the other stakeholders who came in to make this bill a strong step forward. And I was glad to play a very small part in this. But I also want to make sure I'm recognizing the Senate sponsor from Erie County and my colleague here in the House from Luzerne and Lackawanna County who had the identical bill here in the House. They have provided the broad support from both sides of the aisle, and this is an example of what we can do when we focus on policy and not politics. So I want to thank leadership in both parties for that support as well. And finally, I want to say thank you to the person who is the motivation for my work on this issue, my wife. Brandy Mazik has been an ASL interpreter for many years, and her insight and dedication into doing the best job that she possibly can for her deaf and hard of hearing consumers and the hearing people who need them in their lives is an inspiration to me. So, Brandy, you're a fine girl, a good wife, and I love you. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same information to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment, in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2562, printer's number 3598 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill prohibits health insurers from imposing lifetime or annual dollar limits on certain care.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, the majority chair of of Health, Representative Frankel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before the Affordable Care Act prohibited annual and lifetime limits on health insurance coverage at the federal level, a child with leukemia or a congenital condition that required intensive treatment could exhaust his or her lifetime limit before he turned 5. And what happens then? Does the child's family face bankruptcy or foreclosure to pay for ongoing care? Do they have to choose between putting food on the table and purchasing essential medications? House Bill 2562 will help ensure that never, ever again will a parent in Pennsylvania have to ask themselves these questions. That regardless of what happens in the courts or in Congress, the people of Pennsylvania will remain protected. The ACA has been under constant legal and political attack since its inception. Every few years, we hear of another lawsuit that could reach the Supreme Court or a proposal in Washington that could dismantle these vital protections. While we hope these challenges will fail, hope is not enough to guarantee the well-being of Pennsylvanians. The 2022 Supreme Court ruling that struck down Roe v. Wade made painfully clear that we cannot rely on federal policies to protect our constituents. We can and we must enshrine these safeguards in our own state law, guaranteeing that no Pennsylvanian is left without access to the care they need because of annual or lifetime caps. Let's not forget who is most affected by these limits. People with chronic illnesses, children with serious medical conditions, families who already are facing the hardest battles of their lives. I ask you to think of those families in your districts when you vote on House Bill 2562. Please vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 160, the nays are 42. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the information to the Senate, seeking their concurrence. Colleagues, if I can have your attention. We have some special guests this afternoon. They have been touring the House and visiting our state capitol. Our majority chair of appropriations has from the 186th legislative district, which is including South Philadelphia, students from the Universal Vaire Charter School, where the Universal Vaire's education mission is to provide every scholar a rich and high quality education to prepare them for college, technical school, entrepreneurship, and leading them to sustainable careers in the 21st century. We are so excited in the rear of the House to have the Universal Vaire Charter School students, and we welcome you to the floor of the House this afternoon. Welcome, Vaire. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2564, printers number 3600 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill prohibits health insurance policies from imposing pre-existing condition exclusions.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Haddock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask my colleagues to support House Bill 2564. This bill makes health insurers where they cannot discriminate against Pennsylvanians with pre-existing conditions like high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, asthma, and epilepsy, for examples. Currently, this protection is in the Affordable Care Act, but we have seen that law come under attack before. And now it's time to add the protections to our state law. The people of Pennsylvania have grown to rely on these protections. The insurance department estimates that 5.4 million Pennsylvanians have pre-existing conditions of some sort. It is important to add this protection into our current law that Pennsylvanians can continue to have the health care they need if the ACA is ever changed. I respectfully ask you for support of House Bill 2564. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor, agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the purposes of history, I think it's important to note that the ACA actually wasn't the first piece of legislation that provided coverage regarding pre-existing conditions. That actually dates back some time into the Health Information Portability and Accountability Act, which was obviously a federal law, and it involved credible coverage. Therefore, this is not necessarily a new benefit. It's one that's simply being carried forward in 3 or 4 different versions of the law, and I urge a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 174, the nays are 28. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2563, Printer's number 3599 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows parents to keep adult children on the parents' health insurance policy until age 26.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Luzerne, the majority chair of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, Representative Pashinsky.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and many thanks to each and all of you for considering House Bill 2563, which touches the lives of countless families from all walks of life on both sides of the aisle, and families from all over the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We rise here today to consider House Bill 2563 because we can all agree that the path to full financial and personal independence is often a winding road, filled with many challenges, and for many of our young adults, the years between 18 and 26 are marked with significant life changes. Completing higher education, starting careers, establishing families, and achieving financial stability. By allowing our young adults to stay on their parents' health insurance, we provide our young people with a crucial safety network during these very formative years. This coverage ensures that they have access to preventative care, to necessary treatments, and to mental health services, all of which are vital as they navigate the early stages of adulthood. Before the Affordable Care Act became law, many adult children were dropped from their parents' insurance plan when they turned 18 years of old. Losing health insurance, that leads to many other problems. And it also led to young, healthy individuals leaving the health insurance market entirely. This, the lack of the young, healthy individuals to balance those with health needs, the cost of this health insurance became unaffordable for many young people. Fortunately, the Affordable Care Act changed that and allowed young people to stay on their parents' health insurance until age 26. But we've seen that law come under attack, and that's why House Bill 2563 would keep this protection in place and give our young people the opportunity to build that foundation and develop their future for all to benefit. I thank all of you once again for your consideration of House Bill 2563. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 163, the nays are 39. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 142, printer's number 0118 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill eliminates the remarriage penalty for widows and widowers under the Funeral Director Law.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 1. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill without amendment. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 232, printer's number 0637 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires a school nurse or other school health personnel to remove ticks from students, facilitate testing of removed ticks for disease, and provide information to parents and guardians regarding Lyme disease.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 179 and nays are 23. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same with the information that the House has passed the bill without amendment. Colleagues, if I can have your attention. We have a special guest that has joined us this afternoon for afternoon session. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we have one of the youngest constituents in the 78th Legislative District, Josh Topper. Josh, please stand. He's in the area today on a college tour. Welcome to the floor of the House. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1051, printer's number 1948 on page 1. Supplemental Calendar C. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides changes to the Board of Finance and Revenue Appeal process.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, the Majority Chair of Judiciary, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Real quick, this is a great bill, a very taxpayer-friendly bill. It's companion legislation to House Bill 1994. I just want to thank the Office of the Treasurer, the Pennsylvania Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Department of Revenue to come together to come up with the final outcome that is included in Senate Bill 1051. And I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in the affirmative. This is improving the Pennsylvania Board of Finance and Revenue Appeals process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202. The nays are 0. A majority required by the Constitution. The bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1118, printer's number 1945, on page 7 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for the community service alternative to satisfy fines and fees related to driver's license suspensions.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 199, the nays are 3. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1147, printer's number 1915, on page 4 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends Title 75 to further provide for inspection of motorcycles.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Transportation, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask the members to support Senate Bill 1147. This bill was unanimously amended and approved by the House Transportation Committee to include proposals from both Democrats and Republicans related to motorcycles and bicycles. This bill includes House Bill 538 by Representative Zachary Mako to allow motorcycles to wear headphones and helmets with the built-in headphone capabilities, which passed the House 198-2. It also includes House Bill 2177 by Rep. Kyle Mullins to allow motorcycles to receive safety inspections any time of the year, just like cars and trucks across the Commonwealth, which passed this House by 201-0. Also includes House Bill 2364 by Representative Josh Siegel to provide for a refundable registration fee for motorcycle safety courses to get more motorcyclists to attend these courses, which passed the House 202. Now, I'll be remiss to mention this next one, hoping it doesn't cost me any votes. It also includes House Bill 35 by Representative Dave Maloney and House Bill 1283 by Representative Mary Jo Daley to allow local authorities to install pedestrian plazas and parking protected bicycle lanes between the curb and the parking lane, which passed the House 198-5. This is a great bill for safety, not only for bicyclists, but for our motorcycles. Each idea within this bill previously passed the House overwhelmingly with bipartisan support. Additionally, the Senate Transportation Committee has also advanced these legislation similar to many of the ideas campaigned within this bill. This is a good bipartisan product, something that the Commonwealth doesn't see much of. This is one of those pieces. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 1. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1213, printer's number 1946, on page 7 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill prohibits the use of AI deepfake technology to create pornographic images of an individual without their consent and changes the term child pornography to child sexual abuse material.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 1213. Madam Speaker, Senate Bill 1213 amends sections of the Crimes Code of the unlawful dissemination of intimate images, sexual abuse of children, and transmission of sexual explicit images of minors of Title 18 to include images created by using artificial intelligence or photo editing software. Moreover, Madam Speaker, this bill changes the term child pornography to child sexual abuse material in Title 18, while others mandating AI developers notify the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children as soon as reasonably possible upon discovery of these images. Madam Speaker, Senate Bill 1213 unanimously passed the Senate and is supported by the administration and the Pennsylvania District Attorneys Association. As technology evolves, so must we. The issue of inappropriate and harmful AI-generated images is gaining traction across the country, and it's time for Pennsylvania to step up and attack this problem head-on. For this reason, I implore the members to vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also encourage a yes vote on this legislation. This is a companion bill to legislation that I introduced earlier this session, House Bill 1063. And as was just described, there are ways that artificial intelligence is now being used to harass and intimidate other individuals with these deep fake images, and we need to make sure that we are updating our law to make sure that this kind of thing does not happen in Pennsylvania, or we do as much as we possibly can to reduce these instances. So I would encourage a yes vote and thank all the members for that. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information the House has passed the bill with amendment in which concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1232, printer's number 1949 on page 2. Of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires workers' compensation benefits to be paid via direct deposit.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Piscitano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 1232, which is the Senate version of my legislation, House Bill 760, that would allow workers' compensation benefits to be paid via direct deposit. Senate Bill 1232 would make Pennsylvania's workers' compensation system more convenient and efficient by allowing claimants to receive their benefits through direct deposit. This simple change will help workers who are injured by ensuring their benefits are paid seamlessly without fear of checks not being issued or getting lost in the mail. House Bill 760 was passed out of the House with a bipartisan majority in May of 2023. Since then, we have negotiated with our Senate counterparts and stakeholders to ensure we have a bill that helps workers within the appropriate framework for the industry and for the Commonwealth's departments. Senate Bill 1232 passed the Senate 49-0. I want to thank Senator Pennycook as well as Senate and House staff for all their hard work on this legislation. It is my hope we can get this to the governor's desk before the end of the legislative session and finally address this issue. Madam Speaker, it's past time we modernize the Commonwealth's workers' compensation system to ensure that Pennsylvania workers can easily access the benefits that they deserve. I'd ask the House for a yes vote on Senate Bill 1232.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also encourage a yes vote on this legislation. It's something that we in the Labor and Industry Committee have been working on for a number of years, and would like to recognize the previous speaker for his work on this topic, and also the prime sponsor over in the Senate. She did a great deal of work on improving and clarifying some of the language that had previously come through the House. I think this is a much better final product. I'm glad we can support it so that we do get the relief that injured workers need, get it to them in a more timely fashion, and make this important improvement to our workers' compensation system. So thank you again, and would encourage a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 269, Reuters number 2187, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B, for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes Representative Webster for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick note, House Bill 269 does a very small thing to help protect the privacy information for our veterans across the Commonwealth. What's happened is we protect their discharge records, as you may know. For 65 years currently, some of our older veterans are experiencing identity theft because at age 87 or 88, they may be 65 years removed from their time in the military, and their records become public. So this bill just protects them a little bit longer and makes Pennsylvania a safe place for our retired veterans. And I hope you'll join me in voting yes today. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence of the Senate amendments. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2127, printer's number 3690, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B, for the concurrence in the Senate amendments. Question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes Representative Fiedler for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 2127 was amended in the Senate to simply remove the word screening from the description of the bill. This now accurately reflects the intention of the bill, as the bill relates solely to an educational campaign. This bill is important for Pennsylvania babies and their families. I would ask for a yes on concurrence.
Agreeable to, you want to speak? Okay. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to agree with Rep. Fiedler, and I'm very excited about this bill, which, just as a reminder to all the colleagues here in the chamber, this is a bill that is coming through the PA Momnibus, and we are very excited that this will be the first bill that will come through the package of bills from the PA Black Maternal Health Caucus. We thank you for all of your support, bipartisan support, and we look forward to doing more work for maternal health and the women in this Commonwealth. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage. The yeas are 199, the nays are 3. On the concurrence to the Senate amendment, the majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2383, printer's number 3666 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B, for concurrence in Senate amendments. Question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes Representative Solomon for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate added technical amendments and then passed the bill out of their chamber 49-1. This bill, called the Older Adult MVP Bill, allows mentor-mentee relationships between young and old Pennsylvanians alike to prosper throughout the Commonwealth. I would urge an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence of the Senate amendments, the yeas are 169, the nays are 33. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 493, printers number 3472 on page 9 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing October 6, 2024 as German American Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Steve Malagari.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The yeas are 200, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Lebanon County rise?
To correct the record, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, on Senate Bill 142, I was recorded in the affirmative, and I wish to be recorded in the negative.
The chair thanks the gentleman, and the remarks will be spread across the record. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 513, printers number 3572 on page 9 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the month of October 2024 as Wine and Wineries and Grapes Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The yeas are 199, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 545, printers number 3665, on page 12 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing October 9th, 2024 as Ageism Awareness Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Maureen Madden.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On the resolution, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Monroe County, Representative Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 545 designates October 9th as Ageism Awareness Day, and I'm particularly pleased that we are passing this on October 9th and recognizing Ageism Awareness Day today. In my mind, a resolution isn't necessarily just a one-day thing to recognize something. It's a commitment to move forward, to do better. In the recent Aging Our Way study conducted by the Shapiro administration, over 90% of senior citizens reported being victims of ageism. 90% of older adults. In healthcare settings, older adults are less likely to receive preventative care that they need, most often because their healthcare providers assume that they are just depressed, they're tired, or they're in pain, and that it's just the normal parts of aging. We know that seniors are ready, willing, and able to give of their time and their resources in jobs and in volunteerism. and they may have some impediments to be able to perform that. We have to do better. We have to fill those gaps that our seniors are living their best lives. They're living a quality of life. They're staying in their homes. They're being able to get to the places where they need to be, and they're able to get the health care, the respect, and the integrity that they deserve. In a very short time, people over the age of 60 will outnumber people at the age of 20. So we are very closely beginning to age and become a retirement state in greater numbers than we're seeing right now as the 5th largest retirement state. So it's time that we move on these actions. It's time that we take our seniors' care seriously. It's time we put our money where our mouth is and fund our seniors and fund our area on agings and those first line of defenses for our seniors. It's time we fund their health care. It's time we fund things they need like hearing aids. It's time to take care of our seniors. So let's reflect on that today, and let's move forward, and let's do a better job. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the yeas are 200 and the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2203, printer's number 2902 on page 6 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for qualifications for school bus driver endorsement.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2599, printer's number 3655 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes the What is Your Pennsylvania Story Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 116, printer's number 3677 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protection Law to simplify canceling renewable subscriptions.
Representative Cerisi offers A05791. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is just to clean up some words, and it's agreed to. Obviously, it's my amendment, so I agree to it. So I'd ask everyone to vote in the affirmative.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Miller offers A05814. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster County, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment A05814, which will remove the one and only business in all of Pennsylvania that is to be excluded from the requirements of the bill and thereby make the bill apply equally to all businesses. At the outset, I want to note that I'm a co-sponsor of this legislation. I appreciate the work of the prime sponsor of the bill, and I agree with the intent of the bill, which is to eliminate the need for consumers to have to jump through cumbersome and unnecessary hoops in order to cancel any recurring subscriptions they entered into online. Most of us have these types of online subscriptions and have had to spend hours trying to figure out how to cancel a subscription that we wanted to end. This bill aims to make that process easier. While I agree with the intent of the bill, I noted that in the bill as drafted, of the thousands of business entities that would be subject to this law, there was one group that received a special carve-out: health clubs. I have great appreciation for our health clubs, but our legal system is founded on the principle that all receive equal treatment under the law. For one group, and only one group out of the thousands of varied businesses in Pennsylvania to get special treatment, undermines this principle and raises legitimate questions from other businesses as to why they didn't get this carve-out. I think we can all agree that there should be no favoritism shown to any particular group. I would note that the Health Club Act, which governs health clubs, already sets forth cancellation requirements by means of certified mail or in-person service. HB 116, on the other hand, will require all business entities which provide for automatic renewal online to also allow cancellation of these renewals online. Currently, no health club is required to allow online cancellation under the Health Club Act. However, if they do choose to offer online subscriptions, House Bill 116 would require that they also provide for online cancellation as well. This is entirely reasonable, and no group should be excluded from this requirement. House Bill 116 also requires clear and conspicuous notification to a purchaser of the terms and ability to cancel the automatic renewal of services online if purchased online. This is a good practice to which all businesses should adhere. Mr. Speaker, by eliminating this one and only exclusion, the ease of cancellation will be equal to the ease of enrolling or purchasing a membership online for all businesses. If a business allows for online sign-up, they should also allow for online cancellation. By adopting Amendment A05814, the entire business community, regardless of type, will be treated equally under the law. I urge a yes vote on Amendment A05814. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County and the primary sponsor of the legislation, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the good gentleman from Lancaster County on his intent for this amendment, but I would ask you that you vote against it. Under the PA Health Care Act, there are already provisions in place to prohibit the automatic renewal without being affirmatively accepted. There are limits on contract lengths, refund provisions, requirements for full disclosure of fees. Office of the Attorney General, if there's offers contracts longer than 3 months, have to register with them. So I'd ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the sponsor of the amendment, the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Miller, for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would add that what the gentleman said was accurate, but that applies to in-person dealings. What this bill, House Bill 116, does is deal with online transactions. They are entirely separate. My amendment would remove the exclusion and make it apply to all for online transactions. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 99, the nays are 103. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2393, printers number 3688 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for additional requirements for the storage and use of flood processing, residual waste, and farming operations.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Friel offers A05954. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Friel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise. This amendment is largely technical in nature and has been negotiated with our stakeholders, and it is agreed to amendment, and I ask for your support.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 199, the nays are 3. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2533, printers number 3706 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 35, providing for mental health crisis response.
It is the chair's understanding that Representative Krupa wishes to withdraw A05902 and A05958. The chair thanks the gentlelady. The amendments are withdrawn. Representative Krupa offers A05870. Will the House agree to the amendment? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette County, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 05870. My understanding is that this is an agreed-upon amendment. Mental health is a critical component of our overall well-being. My amendment would add veteran and emergency responders to the list of advocacy organizations that DHS must consult with as part of the 988 education campaign. It is imperative that we reach out to veterans and first responders and offer assistance. They must be our priority. They selflessly, serve us, and we must do everything we can to be there for them when they need us. I ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County and the chair of the Human Services Committee, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Both the maker of the bill and I support this good amendment to the bill. We favor it, we support it, it's agreed to, and we urge a yes vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2557, printers number 3679 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protection Law to provide for standards relative to negative option subscriptions.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Miller offers A05813. Will the House agree to the amendment? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster County, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is similar to the previous one I offered, and as the bill is also similar to House Bill 116. I strongly support the intent of this legislation that will require that businesses, if they offer an introductory offer to someone who's wanting to subscribe, that they not make it such that they are automatically enrolled in that at the end of the introductory offer. But there's an exclusion again to health clubs. And as I outlined previously, having one business out of all the thousands of businesses in Pennsylvania receive a special carve-out is not something that I think is equal under the law. And so I think that we should be eliminating this just as the other amendment that I outlined did. So I urge a yes vote on Amendment A05813. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County and the prime sponsor of the legislation, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate the gentleman's intent with this amendment. As Representative Cerisi already stated on his bill and a similar amendment, there is already protections codified into law that are relative to gyms and health clubs. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2594, printers number 3689, on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a certification requirement for food processing residual waste haulers and brokers.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Friel, who offers A05957. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Friel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is companion bill for the FPR. Same, this is a agreed upon amendment, and I ask for affirmative vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On the amendment, those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 199, the nays are 3. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 267, printers number 0232, on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill includes urgent care centers in the list of designated safe havens where parents may surrender a newborn.
Will the House agree to the bill? It is the chair's understanding that A05950 and A05959 have both been withdrawn. Both amendments are withdrawn. The chair thanks the authors. Representative Briggs offers A05761. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask the members for a yes vote on Amendment A05761. Mr. Speaker, this amendment was requested by DHS to make it clearer that a parent must leave a newborn with a healthcare provider at an urgent care center in order to avoid criminal liability. In addition, it requires that urgent care center healthcare providers and employees receive educational materials from the department and adopt written policies in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. Mr. Speaker, these are common sense additions supported by the prime sponsor, Senator Brooks, and I ask my colleagues for a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted.
Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, be informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill numbered and entitled as follows.
Chair is about to sign the...
Senate Bill 668. The Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 269, House Bill 2127, House Bill 2383. With information the Senate has passed the same with amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 155 and House Bill 1820. With information the Senate has passed the same without amendment. Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 155, House Bill 269, House Bill 1820, House Bill 2127, House Bill 2383, Senate Bill 169, Senate Bill 170, Senate Bill 668, and Senate Bill 840, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 155, House Bill 269, House Bill 1820, House Bill 2127, House Bill 2383, Senate Bill 169, Senate Bill 170, Senate Bill 668, and Senate Bill 840.
Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 116, House Bill 2203, House Bill 2393, House Bill 2533, House Bill 2557, House Bill 2594, House Bill 2599, Senate Bill 267. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1043, House Bill 2094, House Bill 2481, House Bill 2583, House Bill 2608, House Bill 2625, Senate Bill 1160, Senate Bill 1319. For what purpose does the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schweier, Majority Chair of Education, rise?
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to submit remarks for the record.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to submit remarks to the record on Senate Bill 1118.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. However, the desk will remain open. The chair will remain present to receive additional bills from the Senate and other housekeeping. The House will come to order. For the information of the members, it's a bittersweet moment this afternoon. The chair has been informed that Shannon Baker, today is her last day here on the floor of the House. We wish you the absolute best as you move on in our sister chamber in the Pennsylvania Senate. Please stand so we can thank you for all your hard work. The chair is in receipt of the extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 1509, House Bill 1608, House Bill 2132, House Bill 2381. With information, the Senate has passed the same with the amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested.
The chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Sorry. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 1700, House Bill 1730, House Bill 2084, House Bill 2266, House Bill 2268, and House Bill 2561. With information, the Senate has passed the same without amendment. Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct. The titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 1700, House Bill 1730, House Bill 2084, House Bill 2266, House Bill 2268, and House Bill 2561, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
The chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 1700, House Bill 1730, House Bill 2084, House Bill 2266, House Bill 2268, and House Bill 2561.
Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Center, Representative Benninghoff, that the House now adjourn until Monday, October 21st, 2024, 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Monday, October 21st, 2024, 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.